would be
film.
really sick. It would be yeah, yeah, it would be really sick if you saw cars launching off somewhere, uh, with a sound effect, a little puff of smoke. It's like, all right, that's harder to ignore than a portal.
Yeah, and it would work really well if we transition to like a hub world style, uh, where it was like, you have like the build area and it's like somewhat cordoned off, but you can like see like what the hunt area would be, and you like blast off to it. Um,
Yeah,
it's somewhat like Rough Knots. So like Rough Knots, that's their travel system with like the planets. You like
that's
you like
right.
literally fly to the other one. Um, and I don't. I mean, I think it's cool. I think it, you know, works quite well. I mean, it's work.
Yes.
And I like I like the portals as like a motif. I think it's like a cool idea for like different lobbies and stuff. But you know, I mean, I'm not married to it. You know, I
Mm.
could even totally get rid of it in theory.
I never
When you
quite get why we did portals. Cause
Well,
like,
yeah.
yeah, I don't know. It's like it feels a little weird.
The original reason was to solve a practical problem. So the race for Get Set Go, it was all about this like procedurally generated tracks, and I didn't want to generate like a track, so it was always these tiles and like sectioning them, and like so you don't have to handle like how one tile transitions to another, and like how the road fits together and stuff. We would just link them by portals. So the players, it would feel like you're still on one continuous road, but devs have the full freedom for that road to be like whatever shape they want. Um, and so that's kind of where the interdimensional race, like portal motif, sort of started. But we don't need it necessarily.
Not anymore.
Yeah, I mean, but I still like it. I still like the idea of it. I think it gives us a lot of freedom, but we can slow down to some extent, or we can make it like a
Fair.
travel system for how you load into another lobby. It's like another dimension of the same place or something. I don't
We
know.
can keep both, kind of.
Yeah, like because I think there's little things and flourishes that you can do that could be really cool. Like even something as simple as uh, the like it's the same lobby, same area, like same like ground, but like the skybox and the lighting is slightly different. Um, it'd be like I don't know. It's kind of like it's like another dimension. Uh, right. Okay. Uh, so Con, you lead the way. I guess.
Yeah. So, I mean, basically, I am designing like the new garage. So the garage is now going to be a place where you spawn your vehicles, but also where you can customize them via UI, and via like just editing them in world, and where you can save your loadouts. So what I want to know, uh, is what everybody's thoughts are on for the V1 of this, what exactly we should implement. So, like an example question that came up was, how many parts are we going to allow you to put on each vehicle? Is that going to be variable at this stage? Um, are we going to have the weight system? And are we going to let you put a license plate on the car? So, just things like that. So, I think it would be helpful if we went around and for just pure vehicle customization, we got everybody's thoughts on like what the V1 of this should be. And I guess as you're like when I say V1, I mean stuff that like doesn't rely on like other systems being created. So for instance, like the vehicle upgrade system, we should design this so that it like works with a vehicle upgrade system to be added in the future, but that's something that's not going to be in the V1. So I probably won't build UI for that. But like changing the name and putting a license plate on your car is totally something that could be done in a day or two. So we can just go in the order you guys are on my screen. So Rourke, would you like to go first?
Yeah.
I
For
have a
me,
quick
oh,
question.
yeah.
My fault.
Yeah.
Not to fuck this all up, but
No.
when we say my vehicle, like, are we moving away from the concept that like I spawn things from the menu, and are we talking about like ownership of a singular vehicle that like you then customize, or are we still in the same like paradigm as today?
So in my head, it's like I have my skateboard that I can always spawn whenever, but when I like, all right, imagine I don't have any cars. I go to the store and I buy a skateboard, then this becomes my skateboard. So when I customize it and save it, it's that same, like the skateboard gets saved with those customizations. And whatever I do to my skateboard, however I fuck it up, like draw on it, like put a bunch of shit on it, whatever, like that always stays my skateboard. So this does open us up to like, hey, maybe now I can buy the skateboard multiple times and have like different builds for that. But I think the idea is that yes, you have like your entitlements. Like I am entitled to a skateboard, and each time I'm entitled to a skateboard, I get created like a unique ID for it. I guess it's a little bit different than props
It
because
is much different, but
yeah,
that makes sense. Again, I've always wanted a world where it's like that, where it's like I own this car, um, and it has some gameplay implications. But yeah, I just wanted to set that foundation. My fault.
no, that's very helpful. But yeah, actually, Rourke, you don't have to go first if
No,
you're not ready.
I'll go first. I'm ready.
All right.
Yeah, for me, it's very, very simple. I think we already own cars effectively, because if I spawn a car, I and I spawn another one, I delete the previous one, right? However, we do not really inform players of that at all, so there's no like importance attached to that. It's actually more of an inconvenience than anything, right? So I think a requirement just in general that I think would be a huge quality of life improvement would be every car has a license plate on it that when spawned displays the name of the player who spawned it, like period. I think it's just like a very simple concept that I think will, like, you know, maybe we could customize, like we could allow players to buy like a license plate as like a cosmetic. That's like a different thing, you know, and all that shit. But like the function of it is very simple, and you can tell as a player, like at a glance, very quickly that like, oh, okay, that car is that guy's car. So if it despawns for whatever reason, like that logic is clear.
Right.
And on the prop side, as far as like customizing cars and loadouts, I think creating a constraint to start with is not a bad idea. I think constraints breed creativity, right? So I can only put 20 props on the car to save it. I think the one problem that we run into is that we could only enforce that at the save stage at the moment, which would be frustrating for a player. Like, oh, I just spent this whole time building this like cool car and now I can't save it because of an arbitrary reason. So if we were to...
Is that true though? Like, can we not add logic to VCS to say like on weld, if we're going to exceed the maximum allowed parts, then just deny?
No, we can. I'm saying assuming we change nothing else. I'm saying like without other bigger reworks, basically. So in order to your point, like in order to introduce like a build limit that like you can put on a car, we would need this like weight system to be like essentially ever present. Like it's either by weight or it's by like quantity, and it would need to be this like constant action that is always displayed to the player while they're building shit and like putting stuff together. which I think is a significant. It's a significant effort. You know, it's a significant like work in terms of gameplay, UX, feedback. Obviously has a lot of implications. I don't think I've seen really players stack a ton of shit on cars as like an activity for fun. So I wouldn't be super worried about players being constrained necessarily. Like that doesn't worry me too much. At this point, it's just the mechanics of how we would get it done. We just have to like visibly enforce that. So my instinct would say like a V1 would be like you could just save whatever and then like we can enforce it later, but that would be taking something away from the player. So yeah, that's the dilemma. I think if we go all the way, we might as well like create a constraint on building stuff on cars, like introduce that to players throughout, or we delineate somehow. We like make gas hunt the place where limits are enforced. So like you could save any car you want, but if you want to like go to the gas hunt mode, that's where like you're gonna be limited. You know,
Right.
It's like that's where like, and I think that becomes a bit of a broader question about how much do we want to enable creativity in like a purely creative sandbox area, and how much we want to enable like constrained gameplay with like, you know, that can be mastered in like a gameplay area.
Yeah.
There's definitely a degree to which we have to enable both, and like let them both sort of flourish and let the identities of both those players flourish. So yeah, I think the only thing I can tell you for sure is we need license plates. That's like the only thing I can tell you for sure.
Okay, so in summary, you brought up two things. One is the license plate thing, and the other one is the decision of whether we introduce the weight and part count constraint like broadly, or whether we do it just for gas hunt, and at what point we introduce that now or later. And that basically leads to questions about how we're thinking about this sandbox, like vis-a-vis the gas hunt mode.
Yeah, it's a perfect explanation. Like in a vision,
Okay.
I think I can imagine like a player feeling like completely understanding. If I was a player and I never played the game, I come in, I save like a crazy car with like a bunch of shit on it. I drive to gas hunt and I like drive onto a platform and something tells me like you're too heavy, you know, or like you need to shed like 10 props or like whatever, or there's like a weight limit or whatever, and then I can go back to the props and be like, oh, okay, like that's my weight. And maybe during the save stage you could even see like this is the weight of the car and it's like above a threshold, and I would say like you can't take this in the gas hunt, but you could like use it here or something.
I see.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Like I think to be honest, with this kind of situation, we've been kind of loose with the world building of the game because it's just sort of a sandbox and we've been figuring out. I think this is one of those kind of decisions that it would actually be like we want to define, like we want to start building our world here a little bit and like define the lore.
Yeah.
Not like lore, but the rules of this universe.
Yeah.
There needs to be like an in-world reason that makes sense to players why I can drive this car that has a bunch of shit on it in here and not out there. That can't just be like,
Right.
because we don't want you to. It's
Because
gotta
it
be,
breaks the game.
yeah, it's gotta be like, oh, like you brought up how the gas tank has like a time limit or something like that. It's like when you leave the protective bubble of the anti-gravity bubble of the build world, it's like you're in the real world now, and like, you know, you have to like abide by the physics of the real world or some shit, or like your gas tank that you need to take with you because you're not just getting constant energy from like the, I don't know, it doesn't have to be like insanely complex. It just, there has to be a reason that like doesn't just scream the developers are limiting you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I have thoughts, but we can get to that after. So, KT, would you like to go next?
You have a new skin on your Miku? How much is it?
This one? Dude,
Yeah.
it's $15.
Bruh.
They have a lot of them now, bro. I was like, they're up to like 20 something, and I was like, I'm telling you, this company is, they must have made like $100 million.
They're loaded.
They're loaded
From people like you.
from assholes like exactly. I bought like, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, and I was like, I need to stop.
You dropped a AAA game on this little anime.
Well,
card.
in fairness, they weren't all that expensive. One of them was $10. Just saying. Just saying.
Digital tricking, bro. This is crazy.
It's true.
I don't get to laugh at you, but it's pretty laughable.
Yeah.
All right. I agree with Rourke on the license plate. Basically, he said what I wanted to say. There's nothing I want to add to. Each car comes with its own license plate. It's like fixed spot, shows your name. We can maybe make it like a customizable part later, as like a skin or something that you can purchase. But yeah, that serves the purpose. But if there's one thing that I think would be nice to have is like, because players complain a lot about their car getting stolen, and originally when I thought about license plate, I was thinking about it sort of as like a prop that you can attach to the vehicle, and when you attach that prop to the vehicle, nobody else can touch the steering wheel but you. But now that I think it's like the license plate come with the vehicle, maybe we should just make that like a universal rule or something. Like, you can only drive your car. That might be a big jump, but it would be good if there's a way to toggle this. Like, I can let you drive my car, but it's only because I let you that you can drive my car. I think when it comes to like ownership and the sense of this is my car, it's like a nice feeling for the driver. And encourages drivers to, buy more cars, customize their cars, and invite people onto their car because it's their car. It's just a car. It's my car, But yeah, we can talk about that. But other than that, I like the license plate. When it comes to wait, what was the next thing that we were discussing?
Prop limit.
Oh yeah, wait. So this is like in implementation on my side, and it will actually not be that big of a rework if we were to enforce like a weight limit just all together, both in the built world and treasure world. And I actually do think I would prefer if the limit is consistent throughout both worlds, because creativity is more valuable to me, like in my head, if it's constrained in some ways. Like putting like 10 rams on like a car with like landmines attached all over it, like Nikita always do. To me, it's like creativity unconstrained. Like, it could be fun and goofy for like the first few sessions, and you see people screaming and like complaining, and it's fun, but it gets old really quickly. Like in the recent sessions, I was getting annoyed by how, unrestricted some of these sessions become. It would just become like a massive prop dump into this world, and it's all chaos because it's all like chaos because we don't constrain them at all in any way, and it will just the props will be hanging there, the props will be sticking out from the car, and the fact that the build system is not robust enough, which is on me, but you know, I think this is like the best I can do at the moment. If we attach too many props on the car, safe to say that bugs will occur. And there will be some freaking props hanging in the fucking, I don't know, like underground occasionally, and I don't know why it is. But if we limit the number of props that we can attach to the car, this problem is solved simultaneously. So yeah, that's just my take on how we put the weight system in. It's like each car has a different weight limit, either through the number of props it can carry, or we put a numerical number on this, and we put a numerical number on each of the props. We put the max weight on each of the construction props so that people don't put ramps on the car, if that's our intention. But yeah, I think without, like you said, Rourke, if we don't have like a good visual indicator of why I can do this in the build world and why I cannot do this in the treasure world, without this, I wouldn't feel comfortable enforcing that change, onto the players. Just say like, you can do this like out there because we say that you can't. So
Right.
that's my take on this.
Dope.
Okay. Yeah. So for me, I'll just start with weight limits. I really don't have a problem with it, like adding weight limits or honestly not even having it. It's not like the fundamental concern I have. Um, my stuff draws down to like these vehicles and these chassis, um, and like what they mean to a player. A while back when we were thinking about like having these portals go to different game modes, one of them being like a race mode, like GETSETGO. Another one being like a drag race for like pink slips. Like, well, that was my idea. Was like, well, we could have like a mode where like we race cars for pink slips. And the thing that kept bringing me to was like ownership of a car and like what that means. Kind of like the real world. Like, if I have the title to this car, I own it. Other people could use it, right? But like, it is my car fundamentally. And to me, that's something I wanted to carry through this world is that like, I own my car. And if I customize my car, it's because it's my car and I own it. Um, Obviously, we're in an open world sandbox, and that idea did not have legs. But as we talk about more consumable, just things in the game, like the concept of making these chassis consumable also crosses my mind. Like at the moment, we've had some players buy like the skateboard, and like, what does that mean? Did they buy the skateboard for eternity, or did they just buy the skateboard once? At the moment, it's for eternity. I'm very cool with the idea of it being like you just bought a one skateboard. Like you didn't buy rights to the skateboard forever. You just bought a skateboard. And because you bought a skateboard, sure you can spawn it over again because it is one car, but like you own that one. And then let's say you painted it. Now that's your orange skateboard. And if I see it either in game or on social media, I know that that's your car. As I'm making the blueprint system, I'm just thinking of like, okay, like we're sprinkling in UGC when we add like player loadouts, but like, could it be such that like I could sell my car and the things on it and someone else would buy it and it has some value and there's some marketplace to it? Again, that may not be our game, that may not be like what we're making, but with ownership comes all of those things. So I think it is a dimension we need to sprinkle into the game, starting with these chassis. Hey, I bought a skateboard, I own it. I can also paint it. I still own that. And I don't think I had a good abstraction for like how that should manifest, but the license plate is perfect. Chef's kiss. Yeah, like you put a license plate on it and it's yours, right? Kind of like real world. Um, I like that concept. I think if that's foundational to what we're building in the future, it kind of makes sense. Like I'm making my car so that I can use it with my friends to go out and play, or I could just use it by myself, or I could maybe in a world let other people use it. I mean, even when we think about letting other people use your car, like it's kind of has to be a dynamic system. And what pops into my head is a different version of like the radio hand menu that is for like accepting or denying a request. So like it pops up if someone is trying to drive my car and I can choose to let them. I can also say like no. And if I want to revoke access to someone driving my car, or I want to like despawn my car and bring it back to me or whatever the fuck, or shut it down, like I can jump in the like actual like flat UI menu and do that. But just having the concept of you owning a car, um, to me is like a really good thing. And it actually makes me want to purchase a car or purchase more cars, and customize them my own way. And I might even be more apt to purchase like a cheaper blank template of a car, just like a base shape that I could make more my own because it's mine and I can like customize it to make it my own. So I'm cool with the concept of us like having vehicle ownership and having vehicles be consumable in this way. And in fact, I think it is like necessary for everything else that we really want to drive home. Because if I could just spawn these forever and I could just buy all the new ones, it kind of like is limiting in its own way. Because I could just save a bunch of loadouts and whatever. And I feel like that was kind of our compromise of like, hey, well, you're capped at the amount of loadouts. But honestly, like I don't necessarily want to cap you at the amount of loadouts. I want to cap you at like, hey, you have to buy a new car if you want a new loadout. And you can have a whole garage full of cars. Be my guest, but you're gonna pay for that. Um, and you're gonna like it too, because you like I bought all these cars. Even me having more cars than someone else is a flex in and of itself. Um, so yeah, I really like the concept. I think it has legs. I think we should think about it more. And it also makes it more valuable if something happens to your car in this other world, or someone can like shoot pieces off your car, maybe. Like maybe, yeah, I still own my car, but like I drove it out into the treasure world and like either an NPC or someone fucked my car up and I lost a part off my car. Like I could still own my car, but it got damaged in some way that like I have to fix or I have to grind to fix or to get back, or I don't know, kind of like that aspect. So yeah, that's kind of my take on it. And then as far as the weight system, I think it just makes sense. I think it would need balance. I think that's the hard part of it for me. Like, how do I not restrict shit too far? But again, it's like an ongoing thing. I think it does need to exist though.
Got you.
There are two things that just popped to my mind as Bina was talking about. The first one is limiting people's ability to drive your car. Now that we have the punch hand mode, maybe we can do like sort of like a car key sort of deal where you punch like the steering unit and then like it's now locked. And then you punch it again to unlock it. You know? Because we are treating the punch hand mode as sort of like a toggle for props. And I don't see why we cannot treat it as a toggle for cars as well. So the second note is, the second note is that we are not really like considering the fact that people can like unwield props from your vehicle and put it on their vehicle. Like, there's nothing we can do to stop that. If props are consumable, then stealing prop becomes like a real problem. So we need
Yeah.
to gauge that as well.
Yeah, I while you were saying that, I've been and same with you, KT. It was like I actually think there's a real awesome game hidden in that idea of like I can only spawn like an instance of this car. Like I have one skateboard, three, you know, fucking Bob rolls, right, or whatever, and I can then like customize it. And I can like park it back in and save it, and then like spawn it again whenever I want. And that like inventory feels really really cool, because I think that moment, especially like that moment, that story of like I went out, I grinded, I got all this stuff, you know, I did all this, spent this time, and then I finally craft or purchase or whatever the car that I want, and then I see my name on the license plate, and like I have that control over that car now, where like I can lock it, I can prevent other people from driving it, I can drive it myself, right? That like that full story I think is incredibly rewarding, and I think like would be such a catharsis for a player, you know, that they would spend the time, they would go out and do it, they would, you know, get involved in the gameplay, and then invest into the game. Like if a crazy cool skin for like the skateboard came out, and like the skateboard was the car that I really loved, I would like buy that skin or something like that, you know, because, or like the skin for the license plate or whatever, and or like stickers to put on it or anything like that, right? I think all that stuff, it really hinges on this idea of like I need to spawn that one car or like these one props and stuff like that. However, I think the one place where it could all go incredibly wrong if we don't do this right is ironically not gas hunt at all. It's the build area. Because if we still allow for, to KT's point, like that sort of completely unrestricted building and like taking things off, and if we allow for destruction, like griefing suddenly goes from like a slight annoyance to like the reason why I would quit the game. Because I like spent all this time, I have my car, it's my baby, and I drive out, and then some like 3 people just blow me up, and I'm not even in gas hunt, you know, I'm literally just in like the build area. Like it would mean that players would like be afraid to hang out, because like every time they left the garage it was dangerous. And I don't think our game's not an extraction shooter. It's not this like where the feature of it is that nervousness. Like we want players to have like totally chill moments and then opt in to that like I'm risking it vibe. So I mean, like the simple answer would be like, oh yeah, there's just no damage ever in the build world, and there's no like nothing ever blows up in the build world. But then like that, I feel like that would like remove a whole swath of the game that could feel really fun, like little mini games that, you know, or like things that we could fuck with. But I could be like oversensitive to protecting the build world, and like the build world.
You're not.
Just
You're absolutely not.
Yeah.
I think it's a real problem, and the immediate solution that comes to my head is that we spawn the props with real-time view owned and prevent ownership takeover, so that people cannot grab your prop, and we eliminate all damage dealing props to be spawned in the build world. It's like the landmine, stuff like that, they should be environmental hazards, in my opinion, because there's not really a good reason for you to spawn them attached to your car unless you want to troll. Like, I get it, like putting a landmine on the car and running to other cars can be fun, but we have cannons to do the exact same thing, if not better, like damage dealing props, and anything that allows you to grieve should not show up in the build world. if we intend to keep stuff like that in the build world with the landmine and stuff like that, I guess I'm fine with it as long as it doesn't consume your resources. Like, I think the moment we deduct resources from your inventory is the moment you enter the treasure world. That's when you say, are you sure you're going to set off with these that you're carrying, like your car, the props on your car, and your time, right? Are you ready to commit this to this next session? If so, then yeah, we take it off from your inventory, and now it is, you lose them forever if you lose it. But if you're in the build world, somebody blows your car, you can just spawn a new one. It doesn't take it off your inventory, is what I'm saying. So we gate the freaking ownership on the props, and we don't reduce the resources when you're in the build world. We still allow people to blow it up, or we just remove the damage dealing shit.
Okay, hear me out. The story for that then is that the build world is like a simulation, and then the treasure world is like the real world. And you like, when you going into the real, the treasure, like a gas hunt basically, there's that moment where, like, to your point, we ask like, hey, you have these like things, but we have to materialize them in order for you to actually go and get more stuff. So they need to become real, and in that case, they can become lost, and then the players like will leave the simulation, basically the safety of it, and then they become like real robots that could die and shit like that like for real, and like their car could blow up and stuff for real, and they like drive around, and then they get the resources and come back. And then to your point, like, you still are restricted in terms of what stuff you have. Like, I can't spawn 10 like skateboards because I can only spawn one car at a time, but I can spawn like all the stuff that I have in the build world. I won't lose it, but I'm still like restricted in terms of like, I can only, if I only have like 2 rockets, I can only spawn 2 rockets, maybe, you know. But I just won't lose them because it's a simulation.
So at the time they were destroyed, if they got destroyed, we just add it back to your inventory.
Yeah, or we just, in the build world, we never subtract things from the inventory. It's only, to your point, it's only ever like subtracted and then re-added in like traveling together.
If we don't subtract, then you can spawn multiple rockets, even if you only have one.
True. Well, no, I don't know. We can worry about the technicals and how we do it. That can be like whatever. But I mean, this is a generally compelling narrative, and like a reason for how that would play out. I mean, it kind of makes sense.
And I was thinking, like, if you spawn a prop, so you know when you enter the edit him mode, I have like a outline on every prop in the world right now, and you see these outlines. So for other people's props, the outline will just be a different color, so that you know that you cannot grab it. That's how you know. So I'll add like an additional layer of logic to checking whether or not you can grab the prop by checking the real-time view ownership. If you don't own it, then I change the color of the outline. So you can never steal people's prop.
Or just don't have an outline on them.
Or
maybe just say, fuck it, when something's welded, it's welded. You know, like, we have talked about it before. Like,
right.
So, like, no, that doesn't solve anything. Never mind. Basically,
talk more.
Well, what I was thinking about was like, you know, what you're preventing, KT, is like somebody stealing props off your car, which is, it's like, yes, that's important and would be annoying, but what would be really annoying is, and annoying to us as a game, is like somebody being able to take something off your car or whatever, put it on their car and enter gas hunt with it. if they don't have the entitlement to that thing, basically. And that's like I don't know, I don't hate that as like a concept. Like if I could like put, you know, oh yeah, like hey, you got an extra rocket engine, like I need it for my car, so like we'll enter gas hunt together with it, and I'm risking my rocket, you know, I'm basically giving it to you. But I don't think that we can't protect, like we just don't want griefing to actually have consequence in the fucking build area, you know.
Yeah.
We've covered destruction, but we haven't really covered prop like theft, basically, or
Yeah.
vehicle theft.
So that to that point, in the situation where somebody come to me be like, oh man, I really need a rocket engine, can I have one from you? I, as the owner of this rocket engine, can grab it and weld it to their car. That's fine. Like, we can still do that. But he can't just come here and be like, oh man, you know what? I'm just gonna take this and grab my rocket engine and put it on his car. We do this by getting the ownership of the rocket engine.
Right. But what we're accepting, I guess, with that is that we're accepting that collaboration on like stuff is not really going to be a thing, like in build mode. Like we can only spawn and move stuff that we own, and like I can't have you move the thing that I spawned, basically, ever.
Right. Which is why it should probably be gated by car. Because if I spawn a rocket engine and put it on your car and I own the real-time view, when I leave,
yeah, it's
then
fucked.
the view gets assigned to somebody randomly, right? Versus if I weld it to a car and I see, oh, okay, whose car is this? They own the real-time view of that, or we just like gate like on VCS of like, oh, is this welded to a car? Do I own this car? Okay, so I can't like, you know what I mean? So the technicals we can figure out later, but I do like that system of, you know, like I can put stuff onto your car, but I can't take stuff off of your car. And with like the building world compared to like the adventure world, I think the simulation stuff is like cool. I think that's gonna be really hard to like communicate, but I do think it just makes, to me, it started to feel like our build world is going to be just like the adventure world, except like you can't die. And so I understand the concern about like mini games and wanting to create our own games and stuff like that, but I think that that's what we introduce later on, you know what I mean? Like, oh, we do have like a world where you can travel to that is not a safe world, but it's not this like gas hunt mode. It's gonna look like this, and you can go and build your own stuff over there. It's like Minecraft creative versus survival. Yeah.
It wasn't immediately.
That's like a down the line thing, right? Because we don't want to split lobbies too early and whatnot. We don't need to be Roblox too early, you know. But real quick before we continue talking about all this stuff, I think we're all agreed on the license plate stuff, right?
Yeah.
And
yeah,
the license plate is gonna have your name on it. All right. And then we're not going to do a part count constraint. Are we all agreed on a weight constraint everywhere in the game?
Yeah, I think I can get behind that, to be honest.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I think I can get behind it.
Yeah. And if your mind changes on this stuff, then that's totally fine. But to me, it makes sense. Because when we're like, oh, it's a simulation, and then that's the real world, it's easy to communicate that if you can like communicate one point with that. It's like, it's the real world, so you can die. But it gets like hairy when it's like, it's the real world, so over here, because it's all fake, you can put as much stuff as you want on the car, but when you go out there, it's subject to the whatever, because we're still inventing the law of like if I have my Prius, like I can put a brick on it and it'll get crushed, right? It's not like I can't do that. So, or like a giant 1-ton brick, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But okay, so we're gonna restrict the weight everywhere. For the car lock feature, Yeah, that makes a ton of sense to me. Where you punch like a little something. It can even be like a little car key or key fob type thing that we just put on the front of each car, or on the steering column, and you punch it to lock it, and it's locked automatically. And then you can drive it when it's locked. When it's unlocked, anybody can drive it. Uh, that makes a ton of sense. And then I think that really what I want to talk about now is what everything that Abina brought up about, like, what does it mean to for cars to be consumable? Because when a part is consumable, like, we're not talking about like being able to customize or save a part, right? Like a part is like I just like one self-contained individual thing that can be destroyed, and that I have to like do some work or put in some time or some effort to get back another one of those. But a car, like you said, is very different from that, in that like your identity is like tied to it. And I really like what you brought up about the repair system, because that's like a natural break that makes sense to me. It's like I can't just go in, die, come back out, spawn a car, go right back in. It's like, oh, okay, for whatever reason, my car is back in my inventory, but it's damaged somehow. So I have to spawn it and then take it to a repair station and do some stuff to repair it, or spend some gas to repair it. Um, Gas and resources to repair it, right? Um, or to speed up the repair process.
Yeah, I
So,
mean, I think it gives like build world kind of purpose because, like, again, like my car got fucked up. Like, I'm not gonna be able to fix it anywhere else but build world. So, like,
mm,
I will have to hang out there. I will have to chill, build my car, just prepare for fucking whatever is about to go down across the portal. But like, it does have its like, it's not just an open world. Like, it does have its like purpose and like, hey, I'm fixing my car to go out to do these missions or whatever the fuck. And there should be people there constantly. Should be some socializing and shit. Like there should be stations for me to like, if I want to buy new shit, whatever. But it is a logical break to your point.
yeah, which I think is all right. Like, we're already trying to make the card feel special and everything like that. So, as a player, I'm not going to be confused about like, oh, why didn't I lose that car? I'm going to be glad, like, oh, I didn't lose that car. And with them being like quote unquote consumable, like, I like, again, what you said, if I want more slots, I just buy more cars. In each car that I own, like, I can have 5 skateboards, and each of that is individually customizable. And then maybe we introduce like renaming your cars, like when you buy them, or it's just like skateboard 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to start. Um, but if that's how you're building blueprints, then that is absolutely the direction I think we should go.
Yeah, I think it then just becomes like we want to make sure that um, we balance that time investment, and like that feeling of like ownership and then even risk in the concept of gas hunt with like it can't be too hardcore. And that's, I think, a hard balance. It's not a hard, it's a hard balance, but it's something achievable. Where like, you know, it infects things like car combat. You know, like I think I mean, ironically, a comp for this is still Sea of Thieves, where like you can have your own boat, and if your boat sinks, you have to like get another one, and there's like different kinds. But like, it's hard to sink a boat. You know, it's like it doesn't happen in like 10 seconds, 15 seconds. You know, and it's like that's because the time investment it takes to get a boat is significant, and like you can pour a lot of money into it. Now these cars aren't boats; they're not like these like massive things that are like homes, and you could pour a ton of time into them, and they're sort of like like a vehicle and a home base at the same time. Like, it's not Clash of Clans, right? Like, we're not going to invest like months into a single car. But there is some time investment into it. So it basically, like, we need to try and anticipate what we think that like time investment should be into a car, and like getting the car and getting props and getting all that situated, and then like dial how quickly you could lose the car into that equation, so that it's like it happens frequently enough that it's something that you are concerned about. But if it does happen, you're not like you're not staring down the barrel of like 20 hours of gameplay to get back to having a car with like all the stuff that you wanted. You know, it's like I don't think that's the kind of like game we want in terms of that level of like risk and reward. But we want like some level. You know, so maybe it's a couple hours. You know, maybe it's like, oh, I'm glad I have my blueprint still, and I have the resources just to spawn my configuration again or something like that. You know, it's hard to say. You know, I think that's something that I'll still think about. But as just the general direction, though, I think it just all makes sense. Like the user story to me is a person participating in gas hunt, coming back and feeling satisfied because they've now literally been able to get the car that they wanted, and like with the props and the cosmetics and stuff that they wanted, and that journey makes perfect sense. And I think it's like a perfect macro for why you would invest more time into the game and keep coming back, and like why us releasing new props and new cars is a viable like strategy for new content. You know, beyond like us needing to create like a new world changing expansion every 2 or 3 weeks, you know, because there is really something for you to like gain and change and invest time for as it feels like.
Makes a lot of sense. I'm just finishing up that over here.
Starting to feel like something complete. So coming together pretty nicely.
Rub my hands.
Okay, question. Obviously we're like constrained at 16-player lobbies. Does that affect any of our thoughts about this? Is that like there's 16 people max, so like apart from these two, I guess 3,000 by 3,000 areas, or maybe build worlds smaller, like is that enough people to get all of the experiences across? That like there should be maybe some people in build world, and then there's obviously people actively gas hunting in this specific world. Is that like enough people? And then also we have to assume that like these won't be full all the time. So like let's say we average like half, so like 8 people in a room, 12 people in a room. Is that also sufficient? Like, do we get the same game across? Do we get like the vibe of what we're making?
Yeah, it's a really good question. And the more I think about it, Decon, I think you're right. I think I need to like let this like goof off in a creative area. Like I need to let that like I need to let it go a little bit. In the sense that it can still happen. It doesn't need to be like constantly babied and protected. You could have the game be more directly pointed towards this like hunt as a general focus, and the like people will and still like pepper in the ability for people to like hang out, and like Minecraft being like, hey, it's about Minecraft survival. People still build like houses and mini games and stuff before they even like introduce creative, and in some ways that makes those acts more meaningful, even because they are done in that sort of environment. So I think what that means is that we could make build worlds significantly smaller, like significantly small enough to basically where it's like it's the inner side of the track, like in like the track map, like on the inner ring of like where the inner side of the road, like that small even, or like around that small. Because it's big enough to where you could drive, you could get to full speed, you could even like jump around and like kind of get a feel for the cars, but like you're clearly moving in this one direction. Like, hey, we got somewhere to go because that's the big map to go to, like, to get involved in. And I think that will allow us to have enough players in the build area that it's like it feels like social. We can fuck around, we can like build cars, we could even build a little bit in the area, and like even fuck around and goof off. But when it's time to go, we can, we know where to go. And then in the bigger area, I'm less concerned about actually you seeing a bunch of players. It's probably good that you don't see like players all the time, right? Because there's this underlying feeling of like combat, and do I want to could I actually fight a player? We'd probably want to put more of a stress earlier on to like PvE elements. That is your real risk. Like if I screw up, I could like die because I didn't jump correctly, that kind of shit. So I think the changes that we want to make, just to summarize, are like, yeah, build world will probably be smaller significantly, maybe like 1,000 by 1,000 or 500 by 500 even, like significantly smaller, more pointed. I still think this like gas station idea is actually quite good. I like it as like a general thing. But the vibe that I think I'm going for in my mind is that if we are doing like, if we keep the portal idea or some like otherworldly travel, basically something of that ilk, then the build world will really be this kind of like dome, like this just area it's in its own space, dimension, whatever the fuck you want to call it. We're not going to explicitly tell us players, it'll just be visually different. It'll be clearly smaller, it's got these like pointed things, and there is just a clear exit for players. Like, go this way for the rest of the game. Go here for the rest of the game. And that way, when new players come into the lobby, they'll hang out, you'll see people building, you'll see people like doing stuff, maybe even goofing off, maybe even griefing each other, killing each other, or whatever. But it'll be like, for the rest of the game, for the adventure, go that way. And then it'll funnel players into the grind, the experience, and like, all right, you have something to go for, to come back for, so on and so forth.
Right. Abino, one thing that I thought of when you were talking about, is this big enough? Is this enough players? Is if we have each build world tied to one combat world, then you're going to be seeing the same people. And if like we want people to collaborate on cars, it's like, all right, I'm playing with my 3 friends. We're all 4 of us on the same car. Then if it's 8 people, then it could be like only 2 or 3 cars driving around the build world. So is there a way for us to have the build world be the 16-person lobby, and then have the combat world be a lobby that you, like a separate lobby that you can go into that maybe has 32 players, 48 players, and they're not going to be the same players that you get from your build world. Do you know what I'm saying?
Essentially
So
loading into the treasure world.
yeah, essentially. So yeah, it's like different because I'm like it's also just a weird social dynamic if we're like hanging out in the build world and it's like, all right, you want to go over to the combat world and try and kill each other for like gas, you know? So, or like, I'm just worried about like, could you imagine in a rematch if like after the game, everybody went into the same locker room and like, can you imagine what people would be saying to each other? Like the
You just
slurs that
middle
would be
name and all that
dropped?
stuff.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, realistically. So, what do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
sorry, but
as far as feasibility, yes,
Right.
it is possible. Like, so there's a concept of sharding in like really large MMOs and shit, and it's like technically there's a bunch of smaller lobbies, and as you move through the game world, like depending on where you are in the global position, like we connect you to like a subset of the rooms. And luckily in Normcore, we can connect to two rooms at the same time. So basically, what you're talking about is that like we need two different rooms. Um, one being the like mega sandbox world, which is probably a really large size lobby, like I think 64 players max. Um, and there's fewer of those, right? Those are like our world rooms. And there's a bunch of smaller build worlds, which are like smaller lobbies, maybe even 8 person, right? Maybe we can go even
Hmm.
smaller and actually save some money and some multiplier room hours. And there's more of those. So like when you connect in, you're in a smaller 8 person lobby, but you're also connected to one of these larger 64 person lobbies. You're just obfuscated from those people. You don't receive their updates. You don't receive shit about them until you drive across this barrier and join the world. And then you're actually connected to 64 players. You get their updates more frequently. Um, you also similarly disconnect from the 8 person lobbies that you might be in. And yeah, like that's that. So, I mean, it's a re architecting of shit. There's some complexity we would have to add, but it is possible. It is very much possible. And I don't know, just in my head, when I think of like, hey, we have this world where you're fighting and driving for treasure, like it needs to kind of feel large, either in
Hmm.
size or in like quantity of players. And so, yeah, there is a world where we can basically be in two lobbies at the same time and try to optimize and figure that out. Um, yes. Is it easy? No. There's some things to like
Mhm.
figure out, but it is possible.
Okay.
Is it necessary? Because to me, it sounds pretty necessary.
yes, I think it is, and I think because Khan, I think your instincts are absolutely right. Like it would be kind of weird, and um, I mean, it wouldn't be like game breaking, I think, immediately, but long term it would be kind of weird. Um, the and as like a general vibe, I think I've been a if we do this and we make everything smaller and we make the Gaston world bigger, yeah, I think there is some arbitrage on the networking for sure that we could afford. The I think the question, I guess, the current version or vision for that would probably be, to your point of it, we would do like you're always connected to two rooms basically, or you have like two rooms, that you could be connected to. One being the small world, and then the gas hunt lobby. And any anytime. So what that would mean is that those 8 players that you have in that lobby, there would be a chance that you could run into 1 or 2 of them at least in the gas hunt world. I prefer that to matchmaking and like on the travel side to the gas hunt. I prefer that a lot to some extent, because I think it would be a very easy way for us to like to say like to have players queue up together in quotes, because they could just join the same build world lobby and know for a fact that that is going to take them to the same gas hunt lobby. If that makes any sense. Like we wouldn't have
Yeah.
to worry about any of the other shit. Like we wouldn't have to worry about like, you know, there is some complexity though, because we would, to your point, we would have to like, even if I'm in the gas world, the occupancy of the build world would have to always remain consistent. So like that build world lobby, even if we're not in it physically, would have to show that we're in it. So that other
So
players
that
could
it doesn't
join.
get filled up.
Yeah. So it would
I
really.
mean, well, yeah, it's like again, it's a mass re-architecting of our. We basically have to drop the
Bullshit.
concepts of the like it's just a new system, and I think that's totally fine. Like, um, everything is completely new, and it's kind of even easier to think about because there's no migration of existing people. Um, Again, it's like a hub and spoke model. Like we would have to again matchmake people into 64 person worlds and then ensure that we have like corresponding like 1 through 8 matchmaking for the 8 person worlds that are attached.
Yeah.
So like managing it is more just like, hey, if you're in this 64 person world, we gotta place you in one of these 8 person worlds. Um, like how we do that, whether we dynamically change which one you're attached to, that's like a whole other concern. But yeah, for the purposes of smooth gameplay and avoiding like the portal transition area connect moment, it's like, yeah, when you join the game, you are instantly connected to the 64 person lobby and the 8 person lobby. And like you maintain those 2 norm core connections. From a game perspective, like we will have to optimize for bandwidth or else this shit will become like insanely expensive, right? As far as bandwidth is concerned. But like I don't anticipate that like we'll even have a shit ton of these 64 person worlds, right? Until we literally have more than 64 people playing the game at one time, it will only be one of these lobbies, right? So like there is like some peace in that as far as room hours. Like we're not just spawning a bunch of these fucking rooms. Something about your matchmaking experience, like you just going to a random world, we'll probably have to rethink that. Like even that whole menu, you spawning a portal to somewhere, like it kind of dies, right? Um,
Right.
it's like you're in the world you're in, and then you drive through a portal and you go to another world.
Yeah,
Um,
I don't know.
so like I like it. I think one thing to think about is like, so we have different maps at the moment. And like currently you opening a portal is the only way for you to get to something that looks visually different. Like how does that kind of work in this 64 person with 8 person spoke worlds like system? Like
So
do we even need different worlds for the time being? Is it just like I'm back in the
yeah,
really big world or yeah?
no, we'd go back to um, we'd make it one hub, one gas hunt, and that'd be it. Um, and but so I'm weirdly enough, I'm like the technicals are obviously always really difficult, but they don't matter if the players don't feel like it makes sense. Weirdly, I'm like more concerned with players understanding like, or them not having to even understand like what's happening behind the scenes, right? That it's just like, oh, we're in the world and like let's go to gas hunt and back, and just trying to make sure that that like works rock solid. And like if I can join a friend, and if I can't join a friend, like I know why, and like that makes sense to me. But like as far as a compelling narrative for all this that I think makes a lot of sense, and that we don't have to tell players, we can just show them. Yeah, is that the hub world is just like a small, like it's somewhere outside of space. I mean, maybe it's just like it's a dome floating in space. Like the fucking skybox is space, and there's like a dome that you can see, and you're in like a space station or whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter, right? And then when you go to gas hunt is like a place. It's like a planet or whatever the fuck, right? And by doing things that way, we can like make the narrative to players that like the hub world is the same but different very easily, like very easily. If we wanted to get sexy with it, we could just have like a somewhat procedural skybox like Yeeps does that just changes, you know, it looks visually different. So I could be in like the same lobby, but it's like a different space station, and that's show not tell. Like we don't ever tell players that, right? And that would allow us to keep the same portal travel system to travel in between lobbies, the 8-person lobbies, and then really the where we have to land the experience for players is when they travel to gas hunt world, whatever gas hunt world that they're traveling to, how that experience is. It'll probably have to be slightly different than the portal travel, or maybe it's the same, or like maybe it's, but because they're driving to it, it's got to be like something slightly different. So I would just have to figure out the visual language here and landing that UX. But as far as
cannon too, like it shoots you out of the dome. That's how you can break through the dome. But otherwise, you can't drive through the dome.
Like I could be sick,
Okay.
you know, something like that, right? And I think that like that vibe could be achieved like with the tools that we have, like somewhat minimal scope, but like the hub and spoke in general, it feels like the right way to do this. Like it feels like the right way to, maybe it's not a 64-person lobby, maybe it's 32, and maybe we're not actually connected to it all the time, but we just have like the reservation to be connected to it in space-time, you know? It's like these lobbies are associated with this lobby, and that is what prevents you from like over matchmaking to that lobby. So we don't actually have to maintain both connections. We can actually reconnect and maybe even like respawn and hitch. Like that's somewhat okay. But like as a player, the feeling of I'm in this small world with like a small group of people, and then I can go touch a bigger world with more people, feels right for our game.
Feels really good. Yeah.
I mean, but why I say we have to be connected is because, like, if we're not, then at what point, like, when I build a car, right, and try to drive it across, like, if you connect to a new room, if you connect to the 64-person room, like, somewhere in the drive across, like, we'll have to basically do what we do in the portal transition area somewhere else. But we'll also have to reassemble your car and put you on it and maintain physics. So like it makes me believe then you'd have to have a local copy of your car. And there's like a lot of fuckery with that. Versus like this car can exist in both worlds. technically when you spawn this car in both worlds. It's just that like no one is receiving updates unless you're across a certain barrier. Then you turn them on and you consume bandwidth. So like that's why I say we'd have to be connected in both worlds, because like the alternative is like we have to figure out how to like reconstitute you and your car and the like incoming physics um while you travel in the 64 person world, unless it's like some beam me up Scotty shit and you materialize and we like reassemble your shit stationary.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was thinking, is that I was, because I've been thinking about driving through port, like how we're gonna deal with this for a long time. Because I was like, how do we want to do, like, if we'd want to be able to do this to begin with. And yeah, the problem's pretty clear. It's like when you connect to a new lobby, we despawn the car that you're on. We have to spawn a new one with all the stuff on it. Like, so we have to spawn that configuration basically, and then we have to make sure that you're like, you don't like leave the car immediately, or like, you know, if I'm driving it, you will just stop driving. Like, we can't reattach. Like, there's a lot of shit that I think would just kind of become a bit fucked up. And I think as much as like a sick hidden loading screen that like feels perfectly seamless would be dope, we are not going to be able to have that as so long as load scene async is what it is. There will never be no hitch. There will never be like no. How Animal Company has done it is, I have no idea, and I assume it has. I assume they are constructing like asset by asset, so it's not a scene. It's like a prefab that they're spawning for like the next stages of the world. That's how I assume it's being done. I don't think it's actually that they're additively loading a scene. Could be wrong though. But they're the only guys that I've seen do it seamless. So in lieu of figuring that out, we would have some like transitory state that we could beautify. It's not a loading screen. It could still be like, you could still look around and stuff, and maybe you still see like a frame hitch. But like it would be some like cannon shoots you out. You get like a couple moments of like flying on the car, and then like the car and all the other players like dematerialize, and like you dematerialize, and you're just kind of like looking, and then your body and like everything else materializes like in place in like the spawn point or something like that, you know, and it like wipes away, you know. It's like it was what we were originally considering doing for the transitions in GETSETGO mode before we did the portals. It was like it was going to be like a wipe, like we like vignette close and then blink open, but not with just like a black vignette. It'd be like some shell, you know. It's a, suffice it to say, this experience is not a technical problem. It's a design problem. It's a, like, we gotta flex our artistic directorial muscles if we would mask this transition in a way that feels cool.
I mean, but do we need a transition? Is what I'm saying. Because like what I'm proposing is like I would rather have you constantly connected and have no transition. But like to your point, driving is its own thing.
Yeah.
But like then we could just teleport kind of your car to wherever if we're like, hey, you're not driving through this portal.
I don't know. I mean, like doing the like weighing the pros and cons. I feel like the con of sinking time into figuring out like a transition that feels good, versus the savings that I assume we may be able to have for not being connected to that lobby. Because I don't think we can dial down the sync to nothing, right? Like literally sync, just connection. Maybe we can. I have no idea.
I mean, technically possible because I mean, you got to think about it. We have two layers of networking. We have space time, which, again, in its own right, could replace Normcore if we so chose. And then we have Normcore, which is like industry standard VR netcode. Now, Normcore is just movement, and again, we have some like game logic and spawning and shit, but like primarily it is just the movement of players and cars and syncing physics and shit. So it can be turned to 0 if I know that I can't see that thing or shouldn't. And if that's the case, then there's no bandwidth incurred. And it could be turned back on from a signal from space-time. So like it doesn't have to be Normcore that like is responsible for figuring out when it should turn itself back on. But yeah.
But basically, the cost we incur for sure is that, like, even if nobody is in any gas hunt lobby, having anybody in any of the build world lobbies will incur the cost of at least like the however many gas hunt lobbies are required as room hours.
So like it's important to split it into bandwidth and room hours. Like in this model, like we're about to fuck our room hours up unless we take the steps that we're taking to like make sure that each of these hub worlds is only 8 people max. If we can maintain that, then our room hours multiplier goes back down to 1 from 5, which is where it's at right now.
Yeah.
So dramatic savings.
Like 20, right? Or whatever.
Yeah. Let me actually check. It might be more than that. It's fucking insane.
So it bumps right back up.
But we're only ever keeping one of these active per 64 players. No matter where they are on Earth, we're like chunking people into 64 bundles and just saying, hey, like this is your world. And there's a associated 8 worlds. So there's like 9 rooms now per player that are technically in play.
Right. So let's just say if we were mapping it out with what we currently do, we have 16 player lobbies, which is the 20 player rooms, which is I think a 5x multiple, right? The medium size.
Yes.
So 64 is 4 of those, right? So that's times 20 is effectively our room hours. It's 5 times 4. So $1, it's $5, it's $20, right? For 4 rooms of 16 players. If it could be the same, that it would be like 4 rooms or 8 rooms of 8 players and 1 room of 64, where the 8 rooms of 8 players cost, it was 8x because it's 1 times 1 times 1 times 1. And then the 64 was, fucking, or 32 or whatever the fuck. It worked out to be roughly 20 or 30x, like maybe we just had a 10x increase in room hour costs. I think that's reasonable because it'd be comparable to our projections. But it wasn't it like 100x? Wasn't it like a lot?
No, it is. I'm reading it right now. It is 40x.
I don't know.
So, and again, I think we have to like actually, again, be frugal, but like also try to stress test this because, yeah, just like looking at it, like I don't really know if it's actually true that we need a 2x large room to fit 64 players. So like voice chat is a thing, and voice chat does add extra like capacity. My fault. Extra large is I think where we're trying to hit 56. I think we could fit 64 players in here because again, you're not going to see all 56 people at the same time. You're also not going to need like 20 hertz update speed for all 56 of these people. Like, based on whether I see you or not, I can like attenuate how much bandwidth I need from you. So
Mm.
this X large is 20x.
Right. Uh, yeah, I mean, also we could just say it's not 64 players, it's 56, so it's 7 rooms of 8. Like, it's like a fucking, like, what a big whoop, you know?
Fair. Yeah, fair point.
But I think whatever solution could get us roughly in the realm of our current economics is, I think, where we should start with. So, like, you know, if we had 60 players, or, you know, if we had 56 players playing right now, you know, we would need to spread that essentially across like 4 to 5 lobbies, each of those being a 5x room hours multiple, right? So call it 25x. So we'd want like something in total that feels roughly around 25 to 30x, like all in, you know, where it's like the 5 rooms or 4 rooms or 6 rooms or whatever of 8 players is, you know, they're all 1x, right? So that's just 8x. And then we have the, well, it's not 8x, but it's, you know, you get what I'm saying. And then,
Yeah.
and then the one, you know, big room. If whatever solution mathematically is like roughly at our current scale, we should try and shoot for right now in this hub and spoke. Because we can always.
Yeah, I mean, the hard part of this is estimating bandwidth usage. So for full transparency, and this is inappropriately named, it's not internal, it's fraud. But yeah. Room hours so far for this month, we've used 2,200, right? And bandwidth we use 488 gigabytes. So like, again, we're not at a terabyte yet. We're not even at 3 terabytes. So we're still within $49. And again, this is for like, we've only seen max rooms of like, or max even CCU really of 20 players. But those 20 players were spread across maybe 3 to 4 rooms at 5x each. So like in this world, we have one 20x room. And I think to your point, if we can make the in-game experience so nice and smooth that you can only connect to this when you really need to, it saves us money, period, right? There's like less optimization, there's less shit we gotta worry about, and it saves us money. So I'm with that if we can swing it, but if we can't, to me, the most important thing that we need to get optimized is bandwidth, period. Because this will be the most expensive thing. When we look at pricing and shit, 10 cents a gigabyte versus 3 cents an hour. Obviously with the room multiplier, it's fucked, but like we will have less rooms in this new world, period, or less expensive rooms contributing to this 3 cents an hour. But this gigabyte usage, based on the fact that this shit scales at O of n squared, because like everyone is sending data to everyone else, this shit doesn't scale very well. As you can see, like as we get closer to 50, there's a buck ton of data streams happening.
Yeah.
And it's really on us as the people making the game to make sure that we like basically tune out like players who don't need to send data to other players. I think that's like always gonna be a thing that we're gonna run into. But yeah, like to your point, I actually don't know any of this. I don't know what it's really gonna be like when we're actually truly in the game. And again, bandwidth is gonna be the thing that bucks us here because we are a VR title. And so yeah, if we could just optimize like, hey, maybe I don't need to send all the fucking tiny hand and head updates for someone who I can't fucking see. I imagine we're gonna we're gonna get to a really nice number that's optimal.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm calling it right now. Then I think what I'm gonna do with Gas Hunt is I'm gonna view everything through the lens of minimizing rendering burden and bandwidth as much as possible. And build area, I'm not gonna like really think about. I think because I'm 100% in on the idea of making smaller rooms, hub and spoke. I like it, and that affords us some serious. Like once we start creating weight limits and stuff, it affords us some serious like shit, you know. So that being said, basically the right. Oh wait, I'm not even streaming. Let me share my shit here. So the right way to go about this, I think, is we treat every Gas Hunt world similarly in some sense to how like Animal Company treats their hub and spoke, in the sense that these are actual spokes, but we use that to our advantage for rendering and for sync. My thought process is, as much as I do like the like Breath of the Wild fucking like
shader dissolve.
Well, no, like the Breath of the Wild like Black Desert idea of you
Like you go in and you see the world
yeah,
and you
you
drop in.
yeah, like climb the mountain, I see all this shit, you know, I can go down here and fuck around and all that stuff. We can't make that assumption, I think, quite yet. I think we can work up to it. I think we can get those moments in creative ways. The way that I think about it is that Gas Hunt should essentially be basically like an octopus. You know, and hub and spoke, you know, like Animal Company, like these other games. They're smart for a reason. And what we do is that each of these sections will split up into boxes, essentially kind of like this. It's quite easy to do. Like, this is a well-known method. And you do it with the level design, basically. Like, this becomes like an exercise in getting like the level design right, so that like every zone you're in is like visually your entire field. And then whenever you are in a zone, basically, so if I'm in this zone, every other zone is completely disabled. Rendering, like bandwidth, all of it. This is area of interest. It's sharding. It's like it's sort of it's in it in a nutshell, but as a totality of a philosophy. Like, you are not syncing anything. You are not paying attention to anything. You are not rendering anything that is outside of your current zone. Now, this is kind of a complicated thing to do with only a distributed netcode, I think, because you have to allow for players to signal that they have changed zones. And for those
Out space time.
yeah, exactly. So basically, like our relationship, I think, with space-time is potentially like a real-time source of truth, and like a server authoritative source of truth is going to have to start getting serious if we're going to do this right, so that we can save on like, I mean, Abina is right. It is like endless bandwidth costs, like massive bandwidth costs that we would save if we can do this right. Because effectively, the worst case scenario is that you have like all 32 players in one zone, which is fine, but that's a discrete situation that happens a smaller percentage of the time. A higher percentage of the time, especially if the map is designed accordingly, is that players are like, you have, 5 players, 10 players, 20, 15 players in a zone at a time at the most. maybe even it's just 8 players, and effectively these are all just almost like their own 8-player lobbies in a way. And not actually, they're not actually different lobbies, but you know, effectively from a bandwidth perspective. And by splitting things up into zones this way, we can benefit from having a much larger map. So we can create a large map with real like cross one side to the other. Like you can spend real time in it in the same way that Animal Company feels like a constantly evolving maze. I think they do that incredibly well. You know, it really does feel like, fuck, like there's just, you can keep going. Like, I don't know when the last time you guys have really sunk time into it, but I've been playing a lot, and like you can, or playing is a strong term. I've been exploring a lot of Animal Company, and you can really, like, it just keeps on fucking going. And I think that feeling for us would be great. And so we can benefit from having a larger map, saving on a lot of memory, saving on a lot of rendering burden by just shutting everything off, essentially. That's in your rear view.
How are we gonna build these giant open world maps with interesting enough content
Well,
without an art?
okay, we won't have no artists, but that is the bottleneck. We're not going to get this 100% right on day one, right? And neither did Animal Company, neither did any of these games. Remember, Snowball. We have to get it right at enough at every stage. It's got to feel as compelling as the game feels in totality, essentially, at every stage. And you know, like, we were fucking around yesterday, and I think, Akand, you're right. Just even driving up and down some of those areas, like, as plain as it all was, it had a feel to it. And we shouldn't underestimate our ability to, given the time and the effort and real focus, and that's, I think, the hard part, is that this has to be a focus to, like, deliver a meaningful enough map, like meaningful enough tendrils for this, you know, octopus, essentially, as we go. Yeah, I mean, there's no way around it. Like, we can't not do level design. We can't not have art. We will just have to be frugal and efficient as possible. So, you know, it'll be a real challenge. And it won't happen all at once. But I think the design for it could be something essentially resembling like a bundt cake. I don't know if you've ever seen that. That's a wild image. But it's like it's got a top bit, and then you kind of go into it. And then we can just expand.
Like a bundt cake pan.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, it's not the cake, the pan.
You sick fuck.
Yeah. And yeah, that could give, you know, maybe allow us that one epic shot, that like hero shot of like, oh, there's so much shit, you know, let me go, and then it just becomes like dungeons from that point.
So you say we build like the first areas first, and then we sort of slowly expand onto like further areas to explore as per update. So like this is like our live ops way of building environment. We build on top of this map. So we start in like a valley or something, and the exit of that valley is like blocked by stones or something like that. And then in the next update, once we finish the area behind that stone wall, we remove the stones and be like, yeah, our next update is like this further area you can explore. And we just keep building onto this level as we go.
Yeah. I mean, it's word for word, bar for bar for what Animal Company has done, essentially. Like that was their approach. They've been constantly building out and out. And from a technical perspective, they're never considering the whole. They are just always considering this one chunk and chunk and chunk and chunk and chunk. And even within that, I'm guessing that they have like optimizations, that it's like chunks within chunks, basically.
I really like this approach.
Yeah.
And I think we can start this approach with something that's closer to like arena to start with, so that it's like everybody, with however many players we have, everybody is gathered into this one sort of tight space, and there's a lot of interaction between players, and people get familiar with the rules of the game, what it means to go to, the treasure world. It won't be like a big world to start with, but it's like what it means to go out on an adventure and have combat, have like collecting treasure and bringing it back to the build world, and just get them familiar with the game loop. And then we open up one side of the arena, be like, yeah, now there's more to it, and go on, explore. And people will like develop dynamic when it comes to playing the game. It's like some people like to stick in the arena and play with some people who also like to be in there. Some people like to go out into like further areas and explore and find treasure chests. People who prefer exploring than fighting. And yeah, but the network model of this is very important.
Yeah. So I mean, like I've already been doing some like research just on this in general, just as like it's part of the reason why I know like what we've even talked about right now. But it's like assuming it is our philosophy, and I'm very comfortable just like making the decision that it should be. And like it sounds like I think we are kind of in agreement about it. It becomes like a question about how and when, to some extent, and what do we do along the way. I think I think it's like we gotta work up to this always. We gotta work up to, we gotta be able to update the game and on a week to week and kind of work from there, and kind of get through it and shit. So yeah. Sick. I mean, so what can we take away from this that's actionable? So obviously, I think the only thing that we should take away from this right now, Akand, is yes, license plates. We already agreed on that. Yes, there probably should be a constraint for, like a global constraint for putting stuff on cars. And it needs to be integrated with the build mode, like you said here in chat. And then, yeah, the car lock feature I think is great.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
For cars that are damaged in build mode,
Yeah.
you have to repair them?
So this is what I think is the place where we can, like, the discrepancy is build mode. I think should just be like whatever the fuck, doesn't matter. Like you're only just restricted by your inventory. You can spawn however much stuff you have, but that's all your restriction is. But if stuff blows up or whatever, you don't lose it. It's only when you leave that it actually becomes like losable. I think the idea of the damage thing is it's like cool, but it somewhat seems like extra steps, because it would only ever really be used in build mode unless we had damage be like a universal thing that like when you come back from gas hunt and you have damage, that damage is saved and you have to repair it, you know.
Yeah. So I like that. I like the fact that when you come back from the treasure world, you have to repair your car. But I don't think getting trolled in build mode should make you repair your car. That's just, to me, kind of annoying.
I agree. That's like the difference. Like,
Yeah.
this world is safe, and because it's
World
safe,
is
like,
safe, and it should be safe no matter how you play it, you know. You're just testing, you're just simulating, you're just spending time building, but you're not risking anything in this world. Not even the slightest, even like the damaged sort of state. I don't think it's the move.
Right. Yeah, I'm cool with that. I mean, yeah, build world is safe from destruction. That's it, or is safe
Mhm.
from losing shit.
Resources, yeah.
That's about it.
Okay. So would you say that we stick to one map and we keep building onto that always?
Yeah.
All right.
I need to do some there may be a version of Gas Hunt that doesn't have that, you know? Maybe. Like,
I mean, when we come up with like new mini games, like
yeah.
stuff like car soccer, you know, that could be like its own world that we can safely do.
Yeah.
All right. Peace.
Peace, y'all.
Будто лодка в океане. Снова будешь по гипнозам. Открадешься и обманешь. что мне колдунья говорит. Сила вся твоя в макушке, слабость все еще внутри. Это твой последний шанс найти себя и свою мощь. Недолюбишь, потеряешь, возвратишься, упадешь. Каждый раз тебя сжигали на пылающих кострах. Они злились и смеялись, ты чего доводит страх. Каждый раз тебя сжигали на пылающих кострах. Они злились и смеялись. Эти бедра пишут 8, будто лодка в океане. Снова будешь по гипнозам, открадешься и обманешь. Эти бедра пишут 8, будто лодка в океане. Снова будешь по гипнозам.
Hello.
What's up?
What's up?
How you doing, man?
Pretty good, yeah.
Fire. Likewise. I'm back down here. Working on this. We got a new car coming in, new prop, finishing it. I don't know if you recognize this, but
Trying to recognize.
it's
No, I don't recognize it.
yeah, it's alright. It's kind of a dumbass reference from let me see if hold on.
It looks familiar, I guess.
Is this image by any chance? Oh fuck. Hold on. Does this image help at all? Wait, shit. Give you
Oh my
out.
god.
I'm sort of starting to realize that I'm kind of old as hell now, but this to me is hilarious. So, it is this is a rock from like a really old episode of SpongeBob, basically, where they raise snails, and obviously it can't be the exact same, but so we just changed the number. But you know,
What is that gonna be like just like a prop?
no, it's a vehicle.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, it's a complete gag vehicle because it drives really well until you run into anything because it is sliding on the floor. So it was that or this other rock.
Oh dude, that would be funny too. And then you could squish people.
Yeah. So I don't know, it's still an option. But so it's this one's been working on like a huge expansion. So like I was talking about it a couple days ago, right? With where the game's gonna kinda go. And
Yeah.
it's gonna be pretty sick. It's like the map is we're gonna change it to like there's like a hub map and you can travel to what we call like the gas hunt area, and it's gonna be this like much bigger map that will build up over time that is like dangerous. There's like stuff that could like destroy the car. We have like a new PvP prop coming in, so it's like a cannon that you can shoot at each other.
Yes.
And it's actually done. We're just waiting on the art for it. I can show you what it looks like a little bit actually. Let's see here. This is like our rough draft for it. Obviously it'll look a little different, but kind of like this. So,
It'd be kind of cool if you guys put like a little bit of a lore to the game.
yeah, so we're kind of on. We're big fans of show not tell, and
Yeah.
so we know kind of the vibe for the game and like where the lore of it's kind of going and the reason for why you're collecting like this currency gas and like how you do it and like the other resources that you're gonna start collecting too.
Dude, that's really sick. You guys gonna have like tools to be able to like collect it and everything?
Yeah, no, so it's gonna be a whole little mini game where you gotta like, because we worked really hard on this whole idea of like platform driving, right? Where you can get on the car and jump off like freely, you can move around freely. It's more like a boat.
Yeah.
And so instead of just like running into these things with your car, it's gonna be more like there'll there'll be like a chest or like a thing, and you like open it up, and there'll be like gas and like other materials in it, and you gotta like bring them onto your vehicle and like put them in your inventory.
Oh,
and then,
okay,
like, get
yeah.
back. But if your like vehicle dies for whatever reason, like either you die or some other player like blows it up, you'll drop everything. It's like very like Minecraft, you know, and you're only safe when you make it all the way back. But yeah, so this is like the cannon, and we also have this new punch hand that's on the way.
Yeah.
And this is going to allow you to do two things. So one of them is you can obviously punch players and you'll knock them back and stuff. It's pretty fun. Like it's a good way to kick people off of your car, because right now you can't do that, and it's kind of annoying as hell when somebody can just like sit on your car. But also it allows you to activate props when you're small. So
okay.
So like you can turn on a rocket engine or like fire
Like
a
smacking
cannon.
it or whatever.
Yeah, by literally just whacking it.
That'd be sick.
Yeah, so that's gonna be those are basically inbound here pretty soon.
That's what I really wanted. So then I could like when I'm small, I can just turn on a friggin' prop. Because I was saying in the suggestions to make a button at least, so then you can like click it and it'll friggin' turn everything on.
Yeah, we were thinking about that actually. We were thinking about like, oh, because we read your feedback, and also it's like we've seen players, and it's like, should we allow the driver to like hit the trigger twice or something, and that'll like turn on all the props? And I was like, oh, that was cool, but we really like this idea of like, you know, more than one person on a car. It's like a team effort, especially with this new mode. Because the way it'll work is that like when you successfully like return back from the gas hunt, you'll split everything evenly between everyone who's on the car, and so it's like kind of like a team thing. And so we wanted this idea of like, okay, well, if I'm riding the car, what is the experience that I get? You know, the driver is pretty clear, like you can drive and you have like ultimate control of the car. But, like being a rider, what can I do? And now like with this punch hand mode, you can like defend against other players who are trying to like get on the car and punch you off and stuff and steal your car.
Oh shoot, that is so cool.
But also you can activate all the props, including like, so with these cannons, it's kind of gonna be like a pirate ship. Like you're gonna have the guy driving the car, and then like the people on the car are like whacking the cannons to like fire
you at other cars. Yeah.
And so I don't know.
You should have like a.
Yeah, go ahead.
You should have like a runaway train kind of thing. So like, there's a team that's on the train, right? And you're trying to defend while these attackers are driving cars on the outside and like trying to get onto the train. That'd be kind of sweet.
Yeah, literally stuff like that. Like it's like we think that like this gas hunt mode, we're really gonna go for it as being like the main like grind, if you want to call it, in the game, where you can like go out and you can explore and find stuff, and also like that's where we'll introduce like PvE, so you know, NPCs that are bosses or like mini games and stuff and puzzles, and it'll always feel like that it's like, you know, if you got stuff, you know, you gotta like defend your ship basically. Yeah, so
kind of like Sail a little bit.
Yeah, similar. So Sail is dope, and you know, because we love Sea of Thieves, you know, which is like the PC flat version of Sail in a lot of ways. And so we modeled a lot of like some of our philosophy on that, and I'm stoked, and you may have noticed, but there's actually damage in the game right now. So
yeah.
Like,
I've died a few times.
You'll start to, but have you seen like the cars like starting to smoke and stuff like that?
Yeah.
So
I was confused about that. I was like, why is my car smoking?
Yeah, and then it blows up. So that is obviously like us just getting players introduced to the idea that can happen, and so that when combat like, you know, cannons and stuff come, that it's more of like a
Yeah.
like a known thing. And so
Yeah,
I'm
you're just
stoked.
trying to spoonful it a little bit at a time to the players. I get it.
Yeah. So it's like I think Gas Hunt, it's gonna be like a couple of weeks when you'll see it in the game, but you'll see like little bits of it. So we're gonna throw like maybe like a very like just like the other area that you can go to, like change the mini game where it's like you can run into the gas barrels like just floating in the air. We'll move them to like all somewhere else that you can go through in a portal, and then we'll like start building out the new hub world, with like that you can travel from. We're even thinking of increasing the size of the lobby for Gas Hunt. So right now the lobbies are 16, and look, we right now only like fill like 1 or 2 lobbies anyway, so it's not like a huge deal. But as player counts go up, we're thinking of making the build worlds like the place where you can just build freely and you're hanging out. We're gonna make it like a little smaller and a smaller lobby. So it's more like a chill space. You can hang out.
Like a casual lobby.
Yeah, like you can experiment, hang out and stuff. And then the Gas Hunt like area that you can go to, it'll be like a seamless transition. So it'll be like the same, like you go through a portal, but you like are still in the same. There's no loading screen, but you'll drive through it this time, and it'll be somewhere in the range of maybe like 32 to 64 players on the other end. So we've been
Oh my god, that would be so cool.
Yeah. So we've been testing the mechanics of it and just seeing what more lobbies, like how does it, what stress does it put on the game and stuff. But we're aiming for at least like 32, and like in a bigger map. And so
make it chaos basically.
Yeah. So hopefully it's gonna be fire. But yeah, so obviously we got to keep week to week. We still want to update cars and new props. So we have this car, and then we have a bowling. It's so stupid, but I honestly love it. It's a bowling pin that you can spawn as many of them as you want.
Drive your car into it.
Yeah, but when they get knocked into, they like remember where they were before they got knocked into, and then they'll like set themselves back up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I get what you mean.
Yeah.
So you hit it over, and then after a few seconds, it just comes back up.
Yeah. It's dumb as hell, but it's like honestly, I think it's you still gotta put like a creative, funny part into the game too. Yeah. So it's just for like little mini games, but then also we have
Is that a Donkey Kong launcher?
Dude, yeah, like so this is based on DK, like the Donkey Kong circuit, but this is what it actually looks like.
Dude, that's actually cool.
And this shoots cars. So you drive into it on one end, and it'll shoot you through it and out of the other end. So similar to DK's DK Mountain from Mario Kart. It's like the reference. And we also have we have some other stuff. But
a cool car to see would be like, it's not really a car, but it'd be more like a AT-AT from like Star Wars, and like it's all the way up, and then you could just like grapple up to it, and then you could drive around and build on top of it, put cannons and stuff at the top. Make it so that you can like drive cars up like a ramp onto it, and then you can actually like shoot the cars out, what you were like just showing me or whatever. It'll do that. That'd be sweet.
Dude, yeah, we've been thinking a lot about like, could we try and just make like a really, really big car and see what it would feel like? Like something that was like big and slow and like hard to maneuver, like a tank almost.
Yeah.
And then also, funnily enough, early on, we wanted to see if we could make something that was like, because the way our physics work is that none of the car, even the cars that have wheels, they don't actually have like wheels. It's actually like a box that's floating. That's how like the game does the physics. and the wheels are just visual, and
Okay.
so
So it's more just sliding.
yeah, in a way, it's like a hovercraft, and that's how like the physics actually work. But it behaves like a car entirely. And
yeah.
so we were thinking about doing things with legs, like
That's what I was saying.
yeah, something that like, because you can make the legs like look like they're running and stuff, and so
Yeah.
we were thinking about it, and look, I mean, it's hard, but I mean, honestly, I think we're gonna do it at some point. You know, we're gonna do
Like
something
exosuits.
Mhm.
You know, like the mantises from Halo.
Mhm.
Be able to get into one of those and shoot rockets and stuff.
Something like that, you know, or like yeah. So it's yeah, it's definitely it's gonna be something that we do at some point for sure. So it's yeah, we're just we're having fun.
Yeah, that's sick. Be cool to see aliens in the game too.
Yeah, so
You can fight off.
yeah, like the theme of the game is it's very like Rick and Morty meets
Yeah,
you know, like
I could see that.
yeah, like
I saw you
Portal.
guys kind of got your inspiration for the portal from
Mhm.
Rick and Morty. I kind of saw that.
Yeah. So it's really like interdimensional goofiness, more or less. And so like the
Mhm.
gas hunt will be like a place to go, but it'll feel like like another world, like other big space, and like this kind of crazy stuff in it. And I think we'll like as we find our footing with just like the mode and the map design and the PvP side, like we'll start to layer in things like, you know, PvE, like aliens or monsters or like, you know, stuff that you have to deal with. And
Yeah.
and also like one of the things that's coming down the pipeline is customizing the avatar. So
Yeah, Chris was talking to me about that. He says he's like super excited for that. Like he's
Yeah.
trying to get into the game so bad.
yeah, I think it's gonna be sick. It's like a it's because it's, you know, I think it's fun, you know, like it's cool to have different things, but
Yeah.
I'm trying to think about the way that it like what should be our first thing that we customize, because it's like the game is really two things. It's like this interdimensional world where it's like robots and it's somewhat futuristic, and then also it's just a dumping ground for all of our favorite like memes and pop culture references. It's like a big part of
Yeah.
the game.
That's what a
And-
game should be, though. It
Yeah.
shouldn't just be like, oh, I'm trying to make money off of it kind of thing. I want this to be my job. It should be more the fun, the people you meet kind of thing.
Yeah. So it's definitely like, you know, we're leaning on this whole idea of like interdimensional cable very, very heavily for everyone to be like, oh yeah, I buy the fact that I'm seeing like a frog on like floating on a tire, basically, you know, which is just Italian brain rot. Like it's yeah, no, it's a good time. It's definitely a good time.
Dude, it'd be cool to have like an interdimensional bar, and there's like TVs that show like small clips of different things, like dumb stuff that you guys make.
Dude,
and there's
you're-
like, you know, props of freaking beer and stuff like that.
You're
in there.
like
That'd be
really
sweet.
close. We one of the things we're working on right now, we're working on a lot all at the same time, but it's like, you know, we want to make a dope game, and one of the things we're working on is it's the gas station, we're calling it, and it's like
Okay.
it's basically like that. It's like it's the place where you're gonna spawn in. You can spawn your cars. You can save loadouts of your car. So you can like you can put props on a vehicle and save it as like a configuration. So like if I want to spawn
Dude.
like a
Yeah, that's
version
sweet.
of something that I made, you do it there. It's where you'll buy new cars and new like, you know, new stuff. So we have like these kiosks now, so it's not going to be in like your flat UI. It's going to be like an actual store with like the stuff and everything. And
Dude. Sweet.
and then yeah, like things like clips and so I like stream development. I'm streaming right now, and So we'll have like the stream up and stuff of like us making the new, the next stuff and all that stuff in there. Yeah, it's gonna be cool. It'll be
That's
it'll be
awesome.
a lot of fun. But yeah, I'm stoked. Saving props and saving like the loadouts is gonna be really cool. We're also adding one of the things we've seen is that right now in the game you can only spawn one car at a time, right? If I spawn another one, we blow up your previous car, right?
Yeah.
But we don't really tell anybody that car is like yours, or so a lot of times you'll just see players be like, why did the car just explode for no reason? And so we're adding basically license plates to the game, but like whenever you spawn a car, it'll have your name on like the plate, your username, and and those will be like customizable. We'll have like skins for them and stuff, and different effects for them and stuff. And so when you spawn like a saved car, we're gonna try and give you as many different ways over time to like customize that to make it feel like it's almost your car. Like it's the props, but we're working on like reskins of props, so like different color palettes, like versions and stuff,
Okay.
of cars.
Yeah.
But then also we're thinking about like stickers or decals, or like a paint system, even stuff to make it feel like it's still like the game, and it's still this sort of like goofy thing where you like put these crazy contraptions together. But like, if you're gonna spend time and like make something that feels like yours or for a purpose in this like gas hunt mode, we want it to feel like like your thing.
Okay.
So
That's sick.
yeah, no, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. You can expect like major updates kind of every like 3 weeks. We'll like be pushing out like a totally new feature, like 2 to 3 weeks. So like our new store, like is probably gonna be in the game in like 2 weeks. So it'll be like the new area to buy stuff, and like the new kiosks and stuff, and then like the new gas hunt will probably be like another 2 weeks after that, and like the V1 of that and stuff. And then every week we'll still obviously just drop like new cars and new props and stuff. So it's gonna be a lot of fun.
That is awesome. Like, not gonna lie.
And I'm stoked about the GoPro, dude. I've been using it a lot, like the camera.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just like mounting it in different places and getting like weird footage and stuff. It's a lot of fun. So it's I think we're gonna like double down on that as like how we kind of do a lot of the content in the game, especially considering multiple players can be recording at the same time on the same car, like in different angles, and
Oh, sweet.
and so it'll be a lot of fun.
Dude, this makes me want to go do another video in the game. I'm not gonna lie. Dude, I seriously need to start ranking out some videos. I just don't have the motivation.
Hey man, as long as you're having fun, that's all that matters, really. To be honest, like we know if like the game is fun, like the game will grow, and the more that we make like cool stuff to make content about, like the more that guys like you want to just make something for fun,
Yeah.
And so I'm stoked either way.
That's awesome. Dude, this game's gonna blow up. I just know it already.
Yeah, we're thinking. So when we have like the gas hunt ready and like players are really vibing with it, we're gonna like push the game really. So I think the summer is gonna be like pretty intense in a lot of fun ways. And in the meantime, it's just memes and fun times with the early players. So
You should do events, not gonna lie. You should get some events going.
I think so. I think you're right. I think what we want to do
Do some
is,
live streams.
yeah, I think what we want to do is one of the things that we're kind of working on that could be really fun is we want the early players like you guys to be able to help kind of design some of the new stuff in the game, and
Okay.
like new cars, new props, and like the look and feel of them. You know, like we got to figure out the function and like what we need. So what we're thinking of, like, you know, having an event that's like the, you know, we got to design the next car, and it's like a lobby that everyone can come into, and that lobby will have like a build area or like a whiteboard that, you know, you can like draw on, and like and then during that I will we're gonna link my stream to a screen in the game. So
Oh,
I'll
like
be,
a theater a little bit.
Yeah, so I'll be like chatting with the players from like God mode, basically.
Yeah.
And we have all these tools where we can spawn and delete and like blow up stuff and from our like PC. So I can be like
Yeah.
essentially God in the lobby, and we want to like design like the next car, and I'll just like pull up stuff from the internet and like, you know, take suggestions and have people like building stuff to try and like, you know,
Recreate something.
yeah, or like make something new, and then we'll take that and make like the best idea, and we'll make like the next car or the next prop, so that's in the works.
Cool.
So I think it'll be like
You
it'll
could
become
do some. You could do like a creator challenge a little bit to kind of for like a career program, and they like talk about what they want for a car or like a prop or something to be put in the game, and then you make it into like an application, and if your car gets chosen, you also get like content creator
in the store.
Okay.
We'd say like, you know, like either like some joke or like literally just like designed by like the name of the player.
Okay.
Or we'd like, you know, design
Manufactured by blah 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 blah.
Yeah, and then like that player also gets like a special role or something in the game, like a special visual, like a special cosmetic in like the avatar.
Yeah.
That's like this, you know, it's like a totally different head, or like a totally different thing.
I saw the thing with the builder role in the Discord or whatever.
Yeah.
Are you gonna do something like that for like events, so then people get like a builder hat or something like that?
Yeah, and then also like even like put you in the game in like a weird way. Like a lot of VR content creators have like it's a lot of like their identity is like a big deal. It's like they have like their image and their brand, and we want to like put them in the game almost by like putting like stuff that is like their content or like their like jokes or like something that is like they could identify with as them. Somehow we'll put it in the game. You know, we'll either like
like a personal thing.
Yeah.
I get what you mean. Okay.
Yeah, like it could be something as simple as like we'll put like in one of the gas hunt areas we'll have like a rock with like that's like engraved with like something that they said or something like that.
Or like a funny video blows up when they die. And
Yeah.
You could put like a gravestone right there. Rest in peace, this content creator or this person or whatever.
Yeah, literally, or something like the, you know, when or it's like a car that, you know, it because the content creator is like his whole brand is I don't know, like you know, like Slippery Lemon, the dude that works in Blobtown.
Okay.
It'd be like a lemon car or something like that. You know, it'd be like, and everybody would know that it was because it was him. And
Yeah.
or like it would be
Just lemon car right there.
Yeah. Well, it could be like a whole section of like the, you know, the gas hunt area could be like themed around like a content creator or like run a challenge. Like the run or something. Yeah, we want to try stuff, mix it up, you know, like just do like random things that work and sort of recognize like the most committed players. So we've been setting up a lot of that infrastructure so that we can like do these events on like a weekly basis or like every couple of weeks. So it's I'm stoked. It's coming soon.
That's awesome. Have like a random player be put like the Discord has like a giveaway, and then you pick one random player to come do a video with the newest update that's coming out,
Yeah.
like 1 week prior, kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Or like we can release the game ahead of time to like so on Meta there are these things called they have these things called release channels where you can release the game, like you can release new updates to certain people exclusively before it's
I
released
saw
to
that they do
everyone
that
else.
with Orion Drift.
That's right. So we would like have a new release channel that would like give you access to like a specific lobby code. So like we would say like, oh, you know, we'll release this new version of the game. It's just to the builders, basically, like the builder role. And
Okay.
and they in that like we'll have like the event that has like our new like testing lobby or something like that, and it'll be like a test room with like all the new props and like a bunch of new cars and
Oh, just all lined up together, kind of
yeah,
thing.
and just
You
like
go each one.
have at it, and or like the new area, it'll like teleport us to the new area in the gas hunt, you know. So it's gonna be fun.
I'm
Also,
excited.
also like random question. How if there was a version of this game that you
Mm.
could play on like a tablet, right? Like
Yeah.
like an iPhone or a tablet.
hmm
How many more of like your friends do you think you would get to play with the game that like don't have headsets?
Dude, I could probably get like my whole school to do it at that point.
Right,
I
because
mean,
I imagine it's just you and maybe one of your friends or something that has a headset.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, probably.
and
I mean,
so
I think I only know like 2 people that have a headset, so
right. So I think
yeah, like if
it's
there was
something to think about.
if you can make it where you can imply mobile into
Mm-hmm.
the game, like how Rec Room has it,
Mm-hmm.
like that'd be pretty crazy too.
Yeah, I think it's easier for our game than it is for like Gorilla Tag or Yeeps because they rely really heavily on like VR specific movements and interaction.
Yeah, like the locomotion of Gorilla Tag.
Mm-hmm. But we've built our game specifically, and also like grabbing and like the way that it's all tactile, right? But we've built our game like
Mhm.
really, really intentionally to to allow it to be like if you were to control it from like a tablet, you could. And so it's always
It's a
been
good thing
something.
to do.
Yeah, it's always been something that we thought about. So like the you know the base movement being thumbstick and like and then the gorilla tag movement being like something that you enter it, and like the way that we do it is different than gorilla tag. Like our physics and everything for it are totally different in the interaction. And so it's you could do it with like buttons if you wanted and and then like shooting the hands out and stuff allows so that we don't have to worry about like individual fingers. So
Yeah.
you know, and so it's something that we think that like we did it because we really do think that you know in the next 12 months there'll be like a like probably a tablet version of the game.
That'd be sweet.
At least we'd want to because I don't know. I'm a firm believer in it's we call it like best in VR, which is it means that it's like there are games that you can play on flat, so like PC or phone or anything, but then also play in VR. And they're fun in both ways, but it's really clear that it's the most fun in VR.
Yeah.
And like Rec Room's a great example of that. You know, it's like you can play it and it's fun. Yeah, it's cool. But
But if you
you
had a VR and a like a PlayStation sitting next to each other, which one are you gonna grab, kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, for this game, you know, it's like, oh yeah,
Mhm.
it's like because I want to look around, I want to laugh, you know, like do all this stuff, and all the physicality of the game feels really fun. Um, and
Yeah,
so, you know, we think it's we ask a lot of the players about it because we want to, you know, obviously it's a big like time investment for us to make a port. But honestly, the
yeah,
more every day goes by and like the more players we ask, it looks like it looks like it'll be something that we'll start working on in like the late summer, and it actually will happen. I think it can happen somewhat quickly because um, the hardest part is performance, and if you can make a game run on this headset, which is basically a phone that you strap to your face, you can
yeah.
make it run on a phone, so or a tablet,
Hmm.
or a PC, you know. So it's
Here's a good question:
yeah,
are you gonna keep the game for free forever?
yeah, the game will always be free.
Okay.
The we'll like the will monetize from like cosmetics or you know even
Yeah,
like battle pass kind of stuff, but it'll always be free because we think
that's awesome.
it's like a you know it's not the kind of game that you should pay upfront for. It's a game that you should come in, try, and if you really like it and have fun, you can stay for a long time. And then maybe if you want to, you know, pay for something down the
Spend a
road.
few dollars on
Yeah,
it. Do it.
yeah, you know. So yeah, that'll always be the case.
That's awesome, dude. Now I'm excited. Like, actually, like really excited.
Yeah, I'm stoked, man. Me too. Honestly, like I'm glad you're excited. I think I the thing that's been like really cool to see is that it's clear that the people who play in the game have enjoyed the base, like the fact that it's something different. Um,
Yeah.
like the driving and the way that we do it, and like the way that the locomotion's a little different, or and the like just the concept being new. It seems like we were worried that it's like maybe player the market for players was a little cooked and like they all just kind of wanted the same thing. Um,
Mhm.
but I actually think it's the other way now. I think it's they've all kind of been looking for something different, and that's why games like Animal Company, Yeeps, and have been expanding into like a really unrecognizable game from when it first started, with like
Yeah.
different focus and like different depth, and
Definitely.
so you know it gives us a lot of you know it gets us really excited to work really hard to try and like you know get as much of this stuff in like quickly and give more stuff for the players to enjoy, and a real place to take the game, you know?
Yeah. Like the game's like awesome already. I'll tell you that.
Appreciate it, man. I do. It means a lot to hear that.
Like, even if you kept the game like it is right now, like I think it would still blow up. Even if you start doing have content creators come on and do it and everything, it would still be an amazing game. Like, there's no doubting that.
It's fire to hear, because yeah, we're like, I don't know, how were you around when they had App Lab was still a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, I remember when Gorilla Tag was first on App Lab, like
Yeah.
I'm fucking Unk.
Those are the days.
Bro. and I like I remember what it felt like. You know, it was like this game that
Because
felt
there
like
was no game that
Yeah.
did that before. Moving with your hands.
yeah, and it all, but it also felt like this like it felt like a like like this the best kept secret that like oh this is super sick and it's cool that nobody knows about it yet, you know. And it's a shame that we
And then it
lost
blew
like
up.
App Lab as like a thing, you know. Now it's just you can just go on directly on the store, but I feel like it's sort of the same thing for us right now, where it's like we have this group of people. We have about 3,000 players right now, and
Mhm.
and about 400 play like every day, and it feels like that group that's like, you know, they're in this early.
They're the
like,
foundation.
Yeah, they're just like
Those people that play all the time.
Yeah. And
Foundation.
and it just, you feel like you really want to make it really cool for them, because they could be playing anything else. And you guys are playing this thing we got, which is, you know.
Dude, I literally only have 2 games down right now. I have Elemental Divided, which it's cool. I
Yeah,
play it
there you go.
sometimes, but I mostly play this game.
That's
I'll tell you
fire.
that.
That's so fire. Yeah, so it's sick. Yeah, let me show you something. Let's see here.
Let's see it.
Wait, what am I doing? So just today, we were talking a lot about the level design for Gas Hunt, and like what this is going to be like. And similar to sort of Animal Company, they have this like hub world that kind of goes off in a bunch of different directions. We really like that. But we're going to kind of take it up a notch. And so when you're in like the normal world, that's like the build area, that's like all safe and all that stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it's just chill. And then when you travel to the Gas Hunt world, you'll load into like this kind of cornucopia area. It's like this like center bit, and then like you can go down like all these different routes to explore. But each of these like routes is probably going to be like as long as the current maps are. So
okay.
So like the current maps are like, but instead of being like a box, it'll be like a narrower. So instead of being like
An actual
3,000
route.
yeah, and it'll be like this whole thing, but there'll be like spikes and chasms and you gotta like use the props that you have on your thing to get there. And the thing is, when you enter Gas Hunt as a mode, you can't build anything anymore. So your car, the car you bring with you, the build that you bring with you is like,
those are the loadouts are for.
Yeah, it's your loadout. It's all you got to work with. And so it becomes a lot about like how you manage the props and like turn them on and like what props you bring with you. And we're gonna have like a weight system that means that you can only bring like so many props, you know, and stuff on to the Gas Hunt, and
makes it a challenge basically.
Yeah. And so it'll be a lot of fun. And then the whole time, you know, players you could
attack you.
Yeah, so you got to be careful, you know.
You jumped.
Yeah, so it'll be like
all of a sudden you get a cannonball to your face.
Yeah, facts. So I think hopefully it should be like I think it'll be a lot of fun. And one of the guys on the team, Khan, who is, you know, he's been hanging out here a couple of times. He's like cracked at level design. And I'm so fired up to see what he's gonna come up with. Cause like one of our big references is hold on. Let's see.
I'm guessing each route is gonna be different. So like you could have like a jungle route, and then the other one's gonna be like a desert or something like that.
Exactly right. So we love like the art style of old games.
Start with this
like
month.
the 2000s.
No, we're good. What? Yeah, we ain't here to work.
And so like some of these maps will.
Dude, oh my god, I remember playing that.
Yeah. So I mean, like these kind of caves and like, but like it'll drive like this kind of, you know. There'll be like sections that are like bumpy, but then sections that are more like a well-defined like road almost. And
Oh, dude, this would be so scary, bro. You're like driving, all of a sudden
Yeah.
this guy's like rocking through you or whatever. They're shooting
Yeah.
freaking cannonballs. You got like your teammate on there
Yeah.
shooting back or whatever.
Yeah. And
All out war.
Yeah, dude. So I'm stoked. So I think, yeah, it's essentially like we're taking this as like inspiration for not only like style but also structure. Like they're, you know, how wide these areas kind of are, and
Like blocks in the way,
Mhm.
friggin'
all that kind of stuff. So it's gonna be pretty fire. But yeah, you're exactly right. So each zone is gonna be like a totally new like vibe. You know, we'll have one that's like scary and like, you know, cave and like, but then we may release like a, you know, like a beach that's just like super chill, whatever, you know, or like a tropical island, you know, and you're driving through these things and you just end up in like a totally different area, and so it's and the like verticality, you know, you'll have ones that are like, you know, we've experimented with like a couple of ideas, you know, like one of the ideas that we had was let's see, so there's
would be cool to see spaceships.
yeah. So, I guess from a show that I really liked in the past called Made in Abyss, and we were thinking about like there's this like big hole that like has like goes on forever, basically. Like you can like find stuff in it, you know, and it's got all
and there's
these,
different levels to it.
Yeah, it's like different rings, and like each level is like more dangerous, you know, like the more deep you go and stuff like that, it becomes like you know, more and more like. So we're experimenting with like the different structures of it right now, and it may be all of the above, you know. It may be like we have like the different tunnels you can go into, and then like one of these areas has this like big hole in it that you can go down, like, you know. And either way, I'm stoked. We've taken a lot of inspiration from, I think, some games that do it really well in VR. Specifically, we think Animal Company does it really well. Rough Knots does it really well. This idea of like exploration and like a feeling of scale, like where it feels like there's a huge world, but you don't actually have to make like an open world. You know, it's like a big world that is all these connected spaces, basically.
So like you're in a lobby in one world, and then let's say you fly to the next one, and then it will load. It will seem like you're just moving there, but really it's loading into another server with different people, and then you get in there, kind of thing.
Kind of, essentially, yeah. Like, so part of the thought process of changing the way that our lobbies work is that like the home world, that'll be like where you could build freely and you don't have to worry about anything. It'll be like a tighter area and like a smaller lobby, and then like, yeah, when you travel to the gas hunt world, it's like it's a seamless transition, but in reality you're like matchmaking to, you know, this other lobby that has like way more players and way more possibility.
Which I like that. Instead of having a loading screen, have a cool cinematic transition to another spot is sick. I've seen that with the private worlds when I try to go to different servers and stuff.
Yeah, so it's yeah, I'm stoked. I'm stoked.
Couldn't tell you I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm kind of there actually. Well, sick. Yeah, so we'll be. We got a new update dropping either tomorrow or over the weekends, which has 2 new props: the golf ball, the hole, so you can like play golf. It's different than the soccer ball. It's got like when you hit it, you with a car, depending on how hard you hit it, you'll either like putt, so it'll roll, or you'll like shoot and it'll like pop up into the air and like fly really far.
Okay. Yeah.
So that'll be a little bit of fun. And then next Friday we'll have this car that I was just working on and 2 new props, like the cannon, the one that shoots cars, and the bowling pins. So and 1 more car actually. We have it's another. We sort of the theme for this past couple of weeks has been memes. And yeah, the brick is based on this is what it actually looks like with like the final art. So the brick is based on back in I think it was like 2016 or 2017. Supreme, the brand, released a brick. Like no lie, like it was a literal brick, and it was like it went diabolically viral. Like it was people were fiending over trying to get this brick, and it's still, some people still have it, and it's like a really sought after collector's item. And so I'm all about obscure references, but I think it's still funny that you just have a actual brick that's a car. So we're gonna introduce, like, over time, we're currently like developing and testing a lot of our like the vehicle damage in combat, and we want these vehicles to feel like they're not indestructible, but they're not made of paper. So there's gonna be like a lot of like different ways that a vehicle can get damaged, and one of the ways that we're thinking is like collisions. So if you run into something fast enough, you'll deal like a little bit of damage to the car. So like fall damage and stuff could become like a real thing. Hitting another car could become like a real thing. But we'll have some stats to these cars that will make them feel unique. Like, you know, some cars already, they currently like drive a little differently, and some are faster, some are slower. But we're gonna have like durability where like this car may be a little slower, but it's stronger. It's stronger. It'll like deal damage to stuff that it crashes into, and it'll have like less damage that'll, you know, to stuff that crashes into it. Or it's like weight limit will be higher. It can like carry more props because it's like a bigger car and it's slower. And so like the brick is going to be like, it's like a joke car, but it's going to be indestructible. Like it'll like never.
It's gonna be
break.
a tank.
Yeah. It'll like, because I find it funny, the idea of driving an actual brick. So we thought about the Nokia brick too, like the phone.
Oh my god, that would be so funny.
But so that one's gonna be our god car. Like the Nokia brick will be, it will actually be indestructible. Like it will. It's, we may even say like this car is just banned from Gas Hunt. Like you cannot drive it because it cannot explode.
Or what's that liquor called? Like the bottle that's like indestructible or whatever too.
Yes. I know exactly what you're talking about. It's the
Oh my god, I can't remember the name.
Which one is it? It's I want to say it's Patron, but no, I know exactly what you're talking about. Hold on. It's God damn.
Crown Royal.
Crown Royal, that's the one. Yes. Yeah, no, exactly like that kind of, you know, that kind of stuff. So we'll figure it out.
You put on the friggin' bottle royalty crown.
Yeah, yeah. Call it the Royal Racer or whatever.
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Yeah. Fire, man. Well, either way, a lot of stuff coming down the pipeline. So a lot of changes in the next couple of weeks and months. But yeah, man. All right. I think I'm about done here. So I think I'm gonna hop off for the night. I'm gonna catch an early one.
All right.
But yeah, dude, always stoked chatting about this kind of shit. And
Yeah, this is awesome.
I'm stoked where we're at, and I think we'll be coming to you soon with to you guys with some stuff about events and content creator events and content events and builder events and stuff like that. We have some stuff that'll be a lot of fun. So TBD coming soon.
Yeah, dude. I'm pumped. Not gonna lie.
Stoked. Yeah.
Pumped.
All right, man. Well, I will catch you later. All right.
All right, see you, man.
All right. Peace.
You want to see the most beautiful thing I've ever filmed?
Free kick will come on the far side. Caught there for any means United was Javier Ortiz, qualified for the last chance provided on a Wednesday night for any players who hadn't been drafted to potentially be picked by